Yo, morning. Welcome back. I got my voice back, kind of. Pretty much lost my voice after last stream because 5 hours of critiques and paintovers, and I was I was done. Um, but yeah, it's mostly back now, so that's good. Hey, hello, morning. Welcome. Um, Greatly appreciate it. No, you're most welcome. I will plan to do another one in a few weeks' time. Let me just look at the calendar. I'll tell you the date for that. So you can get scribbling, have something ready. Yeah, so the 27th of February is when I'll do the next Paintovers and Critiques stream. I'll remind people nearer the time, but, you know, if you've got something that you can work on up until then, and you're like, that would be a good time to get some input on it, then, then get it started, and we can go on it. And also, hey, good morning, Zero. What's going on? And also, next week, so this week I'm going to do an environment, but then next week, one of the streams, or maybe two of the streams, depending on how far we get with it, I will do basically like a portrait of a character, similar to the one I showed during the beginning of the critique stream, but I'll do a new one, like from start to finish, and just go over like basically all the techniques, but my process in a nutshell, I guess. And yeah, hopefully that'll be like a more concise kind of thing that you can watch back, that will show the bones of my process, basically. And then obviously on top of that there's like finishing stuff, but yeah, for the most part that is the way I start things. And it's it's very efficient. It quickly kind of gives you a good impression of like what something's going to look like finished, and obviously it leaves you open to experiment in the early stages quite a lot, so it's quite good. So yeah, we'll do that. That's all to come. And I got a cool environment for us this week. They're all getting slightly a bit. Oh, you're practicing portraits? Nice. Yeah, they're all getting a bit more elaborate each environment, like a bit more like preparation, a bit more 3D and stuff like that. So today's one's quite fun, but I'll talk about that when we get to it. So let's jump in. Gonna do some kind of like marble dagger today as the warm-up. Who doesn't love marble? Who? Show me. So the environment that I'm going to do today, right, has a lot of swords in it. You'll see why when we get to it. But that does mean, I was thinking, hey, morning Jonah, morning Bramus, what's going on? How y'all doing? Yeah, so it's going to have a lot of sword silhouettes in it, right? So I was thinking, if anyone wants to do like a cool sword silhouette while they're watching, and drop it in the Discord, then what I'll do is I'll add people's swords into the image as we go, and like paint them up a bit, so we can have everyone can have a sword in the image. Hey Izzy, what's going on? Guten Morgen. So yeah, I hope everyone had a nice weekend. I had a pretty nice weekend. Just nice and chill. I started playing Black Myth Wukong, and it's sick. It's really good. Like, graphically, just insane. Unreal 5 and, all that. It looks visually very spectacular. But, yeah, it's just really good. Good Souls-like game. I feel like at least in the first, like, 5 or 6 hours, it's, like, a little bit easier than some of the Souls games that I've played. But I hear that it gets a lot harder. But it's a nice intro. There's like, there's some bosses that are kind of a little bit easy, and then some that are much more of a skill check. And I started fighting one last night, which is super cool. He's called the White Clad Noble, and you fight him in shallow water, and he does all these like aerial moves that have a lot of sort of weird timing to them, and like he covers a lot of distance. And he's given like bad guy exposition all the way through the fight. It's just really well done. Like, it's visually spectacular. Kind of takes the pain out of getting relentlessly beaten in the game when at least everything looks really nice. So yeah, but I really recommend it. Like, it's very cool. I'm enjoying it a lot, even though it's really challenging. So there you go. Glowing review from me. But yeah, that's what I got up to. Played some of that. Chilled out. Hung out with my parents. And yeah, just chilling. It's my birthday next Monday, so I think next weekend will be a bit more like lively. I'm gonna be 39. Can't believe it. Honestly, I don't feel 39. It's kind of weird like that. I don't think anyone ever really does properly feel their age. So, yeah, basically here, as I was talking about in the critique stream, when painting, well, I try and do this when painting anything, but particularly when painting materials, try and like paint it as if it is just in a really ultra diffused light. First of all, so essentially you're just painting the texture, the surface, and then add your light separate, and this way giving yourself like a lot of control. And you're not going to sort of muddy up the appearance of something. Very easy to. Oh, does it? Yeah, can I change that while I'm doing this? Let's see. Thanks, Jonah. All right. Maybe that's changed now. Here's my eyes and ears out there. But also, good morning. How are you doing? Right, let's have a look at these little like veins. These are very cool. Nice like coloring in those as well. So I think the scratchy Inca brush will probably be the one for this. Yeah, it's changed now. Sick, dude. My man. Yeah, really nice portrait study that you did. Impressed. I'm glad you tried the techniques out. Like, take some practice, obviously, because you're not used to it. But trust me when I say it'll save you a ton of time, give you a load of options, and you can render anything like that. Yeah, I mean, like, you are painting light because obviously you wouldn't see it, right? That is a part of it. But yeah, it's essentially not mixing up like shadow, specular, and the texture as one thing, instead of just looking at the surface lit, looking at this in all its glory, right? You're basically looking at this, because this is shadow, yeah, this is specular, and this stuff is like really in the lights. So you want this kind of like this kind of area, or I mean, it's mostly this because the specular is really the only thing that shows up. But you're trying to sort of paint that first, and then save the lights for later. And yeah, it gets a lot easier. Trust me. You start just looking at stuff. You look at something on your desk and you'll be like, right, that keyboard without the lighting is literally just like a flat grey surface. And then you start to think, and the lighting just puts like just a gradient across it, a slightly textured looking gradient. And you start looking at all surfaces like that. You actually find things a lot simpler if you just think about the texture of them. Like, I'm looking at stuff around my room. Like, most things could actually just be flat planes of color. I'm looking at a sewing machine and it's just flat gray. If I take the lighting out of it, it's just a flat gray. So it makes simplifying things a lot easier. Yeah, felt like super good practice for me. I'm so glad you also liked it. Definitely would do more practices like that. Yeah, honestly, you'll learn something a bit more each time, and you'll sort of develop your own understanding of things. Like, next week when I sort of do that process on stream for you guys, I can talk a bit more in depth about what I'm trying to do. But for the most part, I try and execute a plane in as little brush strokes as possible. And if it's not working out, just undo it and go again, undo, go again. And this way, you're not noodling anything, and you can sort of utilize the masks to your advantage. Like, paint within a mask, and then at the end just apply the mask so that you get the edge effect from the linear dodge add. Because I don't know if you noticed this, like, I'll just put a linear dodge add layer on here just to show you. Okay, so I've got linear dodge add, right? And obviously it's like this, but then if you know this bit already, turn off transparency shapes, I get that nice halation on the edge, right? But for example, if I mask it, oh, hang on, delete layer mask. But for example, something that I like to do is like not just make the light shape, but actually just fill the entire layer with, you know, the color of the light. And then I mask it, and then I fill that with black, and then, you know, I'm painting into this. But what you'll notice then is that it doesn't have the halation again. And so later you have to apply the mask and you'll get that back. But obviously you need to work out your shape first before you do that. So I don't know if you ran into that. I don't know if you used masks, but masks are a really good way to have a bit more control over the shape you put down. And it looks less noodly if you do have to like play with something a little bit. But you have to apply the mask. It won't do its thing otherwise. But yeah, as well, you know, you can render anything in that same way. That's basically how I render everything, right? But yeah, you just got to apply the mask. Yeah, so what was I saying? But yeah, clients will be very happy with you if you are doing things in that way, because, and you'll be happy with them because basically if they want to change stuff, which they invariably will, it's fair enough, it's their thing, right? You are in a much better position to be able to do that without hours of repainting or frustration, because you can just add another light source or change the color of the light or move it around, and it's great for that. And you might think, well, okay, for my portfolio, that's, who cares? I know what I'm looking for. You will care when it's not for you. And that's the thing. It isn't, you know, the end goal, I guess, is not to, you're not going to be painting stuff for yourself. You're going to be painting stuff for people, yeah, because you want some money. Bold of you to assume I know what I'm looking for. Yeah, but like you might be like, I would like this lit from a certain angle, you know? Maybe you don't. Maybe you just winging it all the time. Who knows? Marble's nice. Got all these little like textures on textures in it. And you get all obviously different types of marble, different colors, and sorry. And we'll make these veins like slightly shiny. Let's select them. New layer. Boom. Color dodge. Transparency shapes. Off. Excellent. Hide selection. Control H. Make this slightly warmer. Get a bit of... Oh, it's beautiful. Yo, so definitely up there for great materials. It's one of the greats for sure. So I was thinking the other stream when I was painting, you know, I was showing you how fill and opacity, like what the difference there is. And it got me thinking about a technique to basically paint like water droplets, or at least getting a good start for like water droplets on stuff. And I haven't tried it out yet, so I was gonna like try it out. But yeah, I think there's gonna be like a cool way to paint like water on the surface of something, or at least give yourself a very good start for it. Do you always turn off that layer style for every color dodge, linear dodge out? No, you always turn it off. Turn it off for screen, color dodge, linear dodge add. Those are the ones that I turn it off for. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's not the default option, honestly, because all of those layers look horrendous without it on, and they just don't really do anything nice. I don't know if in like photography maybe it does something different and therefore you wouldn't want it turned off, but for me it's like there's just no way that I would keep it on. Okay. So yeah, so this doesn't even have any light on it yet. It's just, oh well, I have the shadow, so there is light implied, obviously, but it doesn't have any specular on it. It's just, you know, the texture, and now a multiply layer. And you can see you already get so much from that, just that. You, I'll show you this on the portrait as well. But if you basically just have like flat colors and ambient occlusion, you basically have something that looks quite three-dimensional, quite rendered already. And it's a good one to do if you're sending stuff like, again, you're sending something to a client, and you don't have like a lot of time to sort of render things out in say like the initial stages, but you need to send an update. Is if you start with your ambient occlusion pass first, you can give a really good impression of like the form of everything without spending an awful lot of time actually rendering. It's just a very useful way to sort of get ahead early. You know, if you're sort of pressed for an update and you gotta deliver something. You know, because quite often, you know, I have to deliver something every day as an update. So you can get ahead on a few things. Just do the AO on everything, and yeah, get yourself ahead a little bit. Okay, so this is where I'm going to fill my linear dodge add layer, right, completely. And then mask it, fill it with black. Then now I'm just painting into it white, but this means I have a bit more control to like over the shape. And now what I'm looking for is essentially a one stroke. There we go. That is doing something that I like. Something like this. And minimal noodling, right? I'm going to sort of carve it with a couple of erasers, but essentially that's the shape. And then I'm going to go again. Add a couple of more shapes to this. Minimal noodles. Keep it fresh. And then fuck, why do I always do that? Sorry. Portrait stream gonna be good. Looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. It's been a little while. Don't get me wrong. I'm very much enjoying doing the environments. It's something I've been really wanting to do for a while now. Okay, so now that I'm like happy with the shape, right? I can apply the layer mask. Apply. Boom. And that's when I get the nice like halation on the shape back. And like I've applied the shape with like minimal noodling to it, so it now feels very like fresh, you know, because minimal strokes, minimal like touch up to it. And that's how we get really sort of fresh edges. And especially for stuff like portraits, like, you know, obviously the faces are different, but near enough, you know, you see that shadow shapes have a particular kind of shape and edge to them. And you sort of build up a bit of a visual library of that stuff over time, whereby you're not like really having to work out these shapes every time. You're sort of looking at a face and you're like, okay, yeah, I know what shape that's going to be, and therefore you can just take a bit of time to like design it properly and just do it nicely. All of that stuff becomes a bit second nature in the end, and it's not too difficult, you know. I feel like this needs like a bit of ribbon or something around the handle. So let's try that. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's just a point in time. It's a good thing to start practicing. I was talking about kind of mental stack, right? It's one of those things where you can only focus on so many things at a time when you're drawing and painting or doing anything, and therefore certain things, while they're new to you, are just going to take up a lot of mental space, a lot of mental energy and sort of time, focus in your mental stack, like things information you need to hold in your head while you're doing something, right? But as you learn something and you do it more and more and more, you commit some stuff to sort of muscle memory, right? That's why it's kind of good to use like the same brush for everything in the beginning. It shortens that process. But the more you learn something, the more you sort of commit it to muscle memory. That then frees up the mental stack again to introduce a new concept or something new to focus on. And you keep doing that over and over and over again. And that's kind of like the journey of learning anything, really, is, you have 3 or 4 things in your mental stack. You deal with those, and each time something gets more and more familiar, you start to introduce something else in, and so on and so forth. And like eventually you get through tons of different skills, along the way, and you can start focusing on things, like higher objectives, if you like. So in the beginning, like, it's not necessarily that important for a beginner to really grip and understand composition. Like, it's going to be too difficult, and you need to understand so many other things before you can even comprehend, composition and storytelling. You just need to know, like, how to paint and get familiar with the workflow and so on. But later on, once you are more comfortable with things in the process, you're going to be able to focus on higher concepts, and then that's where you get to a point where you can fully just focus on designing things from a kind of composition standpoint, because all of the other stuff really well, and that's where it can seem like a little bit effortless, I guess. You're just like, well, how can you think of these things when I'm painting? I have to think of X, Y, Z, but that's it. So many things have gone through my queue of like having to learn the skill, and then committing that to muscle memory, and then I go and I figure out the next thing, and so on. So now when it comes down to it, I'm mostly thinking about the sort of higher concept of things, of like shape design and composition and narrative and that kind of a thing. I don't have to think about that much about what brush strokes I'm going to use, what brush I'm going to use, like what's the right color, what's the right edge, all of that stuff, because I've done that so many times that for the most part it's second nature. Like I know how to paint this ribbon material, for example, without looking at reference, and I could probably even paint this marble without looking at reference. Things like that is like, you commit more and more and more and more to memory the more you do, but you can only do so many things at the same time. If I was learning a new skill and I'd start at the basics, there's just like, let's say it's playing an instrument, like you just focus on playing, like learning chords or whatever, like holding a guitar and just making sure your fingers are in the right place is taking up all of your mental energy in the beginning. And that's why it's like to be able to think about reading music and playing or doing anything else is like impossible, or like conceiving of a song, right, and sitting down and playing it. That stuff is unbelievably difficult in the beginning, right? And therefore you just don't focus on it. You just have to focus on the basics. But it becomes more and more something that you can do later on when that mental stack has been cleared. So, brush economy is something that, yeah, you will ignore for a long time in the beginning. It's not relevant to like the basics, and it's not relevant to your sort of learning and development at a certain point. But you'll probably find that there is room for it at some point in your mind. You're like, oh, I'm very familiar with this thing. I can now sort of introduce this into my mind again, and so on. So but yeah, as I was saying, it's beneficial in the beginning to just say pick like a fairly default brush in Photoshop and just learn painting with just that, and learn to paint, you know, every texture that you're trying to do with just that in the beginning, because you're limiting the variables that you need to assess, and you also develop a bit more of a critical eye for like what it is that you're trying to achieve, because it's quite difficult to say like paint a texture of a particular sort of graininess and so on with just a round brush. So you really have to, it really kind of forces you to think about stuff a lot. And then when you do start to use like a texture brush to sort of, you know, get an effect quicker, you will actually know what it is you're trying to get from the texture brush, so you don't let it like rule you. Because I do see like a lot of beginners, they use, you know, they get a texture brush from another artist and it just absolutely dominates their painting. They don't know how to use it properly. They don't know, like, they don't understand what it is that the texture brush is kind of doing and within the painting. And yeah, they kind of overuse it and use it at the wrong scale everywhere and so on and so forth, and it just dominates the painting. Whereas if you just try to do stuff with the default brush, you really try and understand like what it is that you want from a particular texture in a certain place, and you have a bit more of a critical eye for it, and you sort of really learn the relevance of it. And then when you do come to use a texture brush, you actually use it like sparingly and you know, not in such a way that's going to overtake a painting. Because yeah, I see some portfolios and I'm like, oh man, this person just downloaded, you know, insert artist names brush pack, and they've just gone crazy, and it just looks wild. Like it doesn't look good. The textures are like running the show, and yeah. Reminds me, you said you'd share your brush. Yeah, for sure. I'll stick them in the Discord. Marble dagger, mate. It's very sharp. Very sharp, this one. Ugh. Okay, so, pardon me, sorry. I wanted to try something. Let's go. Bevel and emboss. Drop shadow. Okay. Yo, Jewel, what's going on? Another day of work, but looking forward to today's creations. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, you had a bit of a sneak peek yesterday, so you know what's coming. Okay, so this is something that I thought of while I was in the shower. Is using this as like the start of painting like water droplets on a surface. And then obviously you could paint back into this on a, you know, with normal layer on top. But in terms of like getting the initial thing down. Yo, Jeff! Yeah, we're so back. Like, see how this could be like useful for giving the appearance of a water droplet kind of beading on the surface. And I would still go back and paint into this. Like, it's not perfect, but it's a much better start than like starting from scratch. So when we do the portrait thing, I'll probably do it so it's like in the rain, and then we can have like water droplets like beading on the skin. Yep. And we'll go through that. But listen, it's not a bad start for that idea. You know, I don't hate it. So yeah, it could be a nice little way to do stuff like that. Like I said, it still needs painting into, right? It's got a kind of like weird fakeness about it. But if you painted back into this on a layer above, just like a normal layer, you could make this really custom and really nice. It could be. It would get used in niche situations, but as a like an instant thing, yeah, boom. How long have we got? Okay, 5 minutes. But yeah, okay, that would work, I think. So basically, on a layer, you're going to turn on bevel and emboss, and we're playing around with these settings. But basically, we're putting the highlight on color dodge. You can choose the color for that; it doesn't have to be white, but the light is white on this, so it makes sense. And the shadow mode is multiply. So basically, you're telling it that, yeah, that's that. And then here, this thing, the angle dial, this is telling you which way the light is coming in from. Okay, so you just move this little dot in here, and as you can see, it's changing the droplets, right? So where do we have this? Sort of like here on this side. And it's doing this. And you just play with these sliders. Andrew hung out. Thank you for the follow. And then we're turning on drop shadow, and that's just on multiply. And again, you can change the opacity. You can change like the spread of that, the size of it, etc. You just have to play around with it. But the important thing is then that I'm turning the fill down. So I'm just on a normal layer and I'm painting with, doesn't matter what color, I'm painting with white or like a cream here. But if I turn the fill off or down, you know, I'm just getting the layer effect. I could have a little bit of fill in there. It gives it that slight sort of refracting light look, but essentially be a great way to get the start of painting water droplets like this. Like I said, well, I'll do this again in the like portrait stream next week. The character will have some kind of water droplets on their face because I intend to do them like in the rain. Basically, you're going to stack as many things in the same image so that it's like one very comprehensive tutorial on how to do all of those kind of things. Gold, patterns on materials, water droplets on the face, magic effects, like hair, metal, all of that. All that good stuff. Sorry, sore eyes. So yeah, there we go. And we have a wet marble dagger with a ribbon handle. Not bad. Not bad for the warm up, I would say. So we're saving that. Warm up achieved. So I'm just going to flick the kettle on, and then I'll come back and tell you all about the environment that we're going to do, and also a bit of audience participation as well from you guys if you so desire. Okay, you can have something of yours put in one of my illustrations. All right, so let me just turn the kettle on. I'll be right back. Okay, kettle's boiling. So let's have a look. So today, this is a kind of a rough sketch. Basically, I was at home. I was thinking about what to do. I've been playing Wukong, and I was like, oh, I kind of want to do some kind of like boss. You know, the start of a boss fight. You know, you've walked into the cave, and then you know the small like cutscene starts before the boss. You know, you'd have your might even put the fake game UI on top later. But yeah, you walk in and then the cutscene starts, the UI disappears, a little cutscene plays, and then boss music, and this and the other. So I came up with the sketch in my sketchbook, and then I came to the studio yesterday, and I forgot my sketchbook, so I was like, oh shit. So I sat down and kind of sketched this out very roughly, just the general composition, the general idea. There's going to be this kind of snake witch kind of character. She's going to, you know, be behind this kind of shaft of light, so you're barely going to see her back here. You just get a hint of her. Maybe you'll see like the rattlesnake tail like coming up here. But essentially her head will just be coming into the light, sort of being the focal point of the piece. And then we have our player character here, who's going to have some magic daggers, and they're about to face off. And basically the interior of this cave, there's going to be like a sort of puddles and water around that I think I want to be sort of like blood, because there's going to be like a little pop of red, and it'll look very nice in the sunlight where this is like shining up a bit of red. That also give us nice bounce light to pick up the underside of the snake and like other bits. But littered through this cave is going to be like swords and weapons, and you know, bits of remains, maybe bits of armor, that kind of stuff. So it's like, you know, so many people have been through here and perished in the cave. So this is the general sketch out idea. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry, back. So yeah, that's the general sort of idea right there. So then, as per usual, I was like, well, let's try building some stuff in 3D. Why not? So I hopped over to 3D Coat, and I started building out some very simple rocks, right? When I say very simple, all of this is built from one like little shape that I made in the beginning, which is this shape here, right? And I basically just like made this shape super rough, duplicated it, enlarged it, put it underneath so you can see that it's this one, and then I did it again and stuck a little one on it and merged them. And basically I just kept doing that, building up these little like rock clusters, right? Until, I have, essentially some scene elements to play with. So what I did was I took this into Keyshot and sort of placed the camera sort of something like this. And I started taking some of these pieces and I built like a ceiling, just, duplicate it and put it in front and stuff like that. And so tried to sort of build up the scene in Keyshot. And I did do that. And then I had so many programs open and I was screen sharing on Discord, and basically Keyshot crashed. Well, I was trying to save something to a USB stick, which was really stupid. But anyway, so I only have the screenshot of the renders, but that's actually going to work out pretty well because it means we can still be a bit more creative on top. So this is kind of the render of those rocks that comes out of Keyshot, right? And I slapped like a rock texture on it. But as you can see, it's kind of pretty low res. And there's no like atmospherics or anything like that. But this is going to be perfect. And I had to paint out, it said paused here because that was all that was left of it. So my first thing is to basically use this stuff here as kind of elements, and recreate, something close to this composition with what we have. And that will be the basis for the underpainting of this. Now I have some references. These are from Black Myth Wukong, and essentially here you can see there's like a lot of rough painting, but on here it's over bits of I think stuff out of Unreal Engine and photos, but I really do like specifically on this one, very nice. It's got this very nice like bluey lighting. But this was the one that really caught my eye, where it's like nice integration of painted elements with either like photos or stuff from Unreal Engine. And I'm essentially sort of going to take quite a bit of inspiration from this in terms of how the rocks appear and how they look. I'm not going to use any photos, but I am going to use this 3D as a base and kind of work from there. The render is better than just perfect. I mean, like I said, this is just, it's going to enable us to do a few things, and focus a little bit more on like the painting execution side of stuff, and so on. So, audience participation. At some point later, there's going to be a ton of swords in this. Swords, bits of armor, all that kind of stuff. And so if you would like your sword to be in this image, then if you draw a really cool sword silhouette and you put it in the sketchbook section of the Discord, then when I come to add swords to this image, I will add your sword silhouette in there, and your sword can be part of the image overall. I used to do this where people from the stream, I would just put their names in the image. So I've got a few images where it's got people's names in, on stuff. And I have not done that for forever. So I thought this one, because there's plenty of swords, and like I don't want to come up with, 30 different sword silhouettes. So if you want your sword in this piece, draw a cool sword and stick it in the Discord, in the sketchbook channel, and later I'll grab them and we'll put them in, and you can just be a part of the image. So yeah, we're going to make a start on this. So I think my first port of call, as it were, is to basically get some of the elements of this composition back from the 3D, because as you see here, like the roof of the cave really low, and so on. And so there are elements of this that I like the fact that there would be this height difference, that the ceiling is a little bit higher. We don't really see this opening so much, just the light coming through, etc. So I'm going to do, a little bit of kind of doctoring of this composition to sort of better suit the sketch that I had. And this is why I wouldn't try and build the scene out in 3D much more than it currently is. There's kind of little need, if you like, for me to do that. To build these kind of scenes exactly in 3D, it takes so much time, and therefore it sort of stops like being a time-saving thing after a while, and you just like, this would just be quicker for me to draw it. And so actually having just this stuff and being able to sort of cut it up and move it around in different ways is actually going to be a little bit more beneficial, I think. Even though at the time I was like, oh man, the fucking render didn't work. Well, I lost the render basically, but this is actually going to work out quite nicely, I think. So crisis averted. So as you can see here, like the lead-in, this kind of part on the bottom left, a lot kind of lower down and less intrusive, whereas on the render, like it's really up in the camera. So I'm going to sort of like cut this out and sort of warp this piece down a bit, and then we'll have something that kind of feels a bit better in there. And basically just introduce kind of a little bit more thought into the composition that would take so much longer to do in 3D, because you'd have to keep sort of going into the camera, finding the right position, moving things around in the scene and so on. And it would very, very quickly get quite time consuming, and therefore it's like, what is the point of it at that point? Whereas this way, you're basically still in control of the composition a lot more. And that's fun. You're just using it as like a Lego kit, essentially. And I will cut all this stuff out onto its own layers once I've sort of put everything in. That this sort of blood river puddles will be its own layer, and these foreground elements will be its own layer. And I already cut this bit out of the ceiling, which I wanted. But yeah, it'll be on its own layer again, as if I'd drawn the shapes out. But yeah, it's just going to give me a little bit of a... What am I doing? It's just going to give me a little bit of a different technique again. But yeah, interesting. Interesting. I'll say that. And like 3D Coat, that the program that I use to do very rough 3D in, is just perfect for this kind of uh, way of modeling where you can stay kind of very loose and painterly with the model, and you're just using it a little bit more like a like a box of Lego, um, to just play around with and get a starting point on some shapes and so on. It's not about doing stuff super detailed, uh, and so on. It's more about getting the essence of something down. So yeah, kind of excited about it. Excited. So like I'm basically what I'm doing, I'm looking at this. There are certain things that I kind of liked about this composition. You know, there's kind of this kind of shape that is coming in like this. There's the way that these kind of things interact. And then she's going to be like in here. There's just a sort of a nice like rhythm. You know, I have some of these swords pointing in this way. He's kind of leaned in a bit. You know, this vignette, and swords and rocks and stuff. And I'm trying to sort of make sure that the 3D is going to have that as well. So that's why I'm cutting out and moving stuff around. But like this edge is still here. She's going to be here still. You know, we got this edge, and so on. So it's just going to be, building up that same stuff within this. And then we'll cut it all out. Cut it all out onto its own layers so that it can be kind of used in the same way. Then we'll like drop, an idea of some, the lighting for the whole scene. And then I can start going in and like painting things in, and altering shapes and rocks and stuff. But yeah, as you can see, very useful. And this is going to have a sort of certain stylization to it as well. So even though we're using like 3D as a kind of starting point, the finish is not going to look like a 3D scene. It's going to feel painted and stylized and so on. And this is really really nice. Full of Heath shapes. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to ruin it. So I'm just laying this down because I just want to see something quick. Yeah, so basically, like, the light will be coming in like this. It's going to be very hazy back there, so you won't see her snake body very clearly. You'll just see the head, like, coming in. And then you'll get an inkling of it back here. So you'll see, like, a tiny bit of it through the haze of the light. But for the most part, you won't. And that's going to sort of add to the drama of it. Like, you see the head, and then you're like, oh shit, actually she's way bigger, and she goes further back, and so on. And like, there will be rocks and swords and shit here, and then our character will be nicely silhouetted, you know, because he'll have this kind of sheet of light in front of him, and then he'll be silhouetted behind it. So very cool. So what am I going to do here? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so let's drop a multiply on this. Multiply layer, you know, bring all these values much closer together. Very nice. And we'll apply this to everything in the end. I'm just like looking for where it's going to go. And then probably this on lighten. And I liked in this reference I liked in the references the feeling of the light in this one is really, really nice. These kind of like bluey grays. Wow, chef's kiss. So what we're going to do is drop that bluey gray into a lighten layer. And this will give us a kind of neutral coloring for this. All right, cool. Okay, so let's cut a few things out. And then we can start working on shapes wholesale. So So I'm cutting things out so they're all on their own layer, and then that's going to give me the opportunity to really work on some of these shapes, because a lot of them are just from the 3D, and they're kind of a bit random, and I do want to sort of design them more to have like a bit more of a stylized kind of finish to them overall, and like shapes and stuff. So if I'm just sort of cut these things out into their own layer, then I can do that. And like work on the edge of them, the shape of them, how they interact, and so on. Taking back control of the composition from the 3D. I'm not using the 3D as like, everything it has to offer, all of the shapes and so on, because I actually don't want it to dictate the composition. Like the composition I sketched is the one that I want, okay? And I just using this as a way to getting to a certain point quicker, to just give me more time to work on the things that I do care about, which is like the overall feeling of the image, the mood, the characters within it, the composition, and so on. Like those things are important to me more than the how we set it up. And it's just a fun kind of technique to do things this way. But each to their own. Obviously, you might be like, I don't like 3D. In which case, I mean, whatever. You don't like it. I can't help you. Okay, so now we have this like split out into the layers I think I'll need. I've got my foreground rock here, my lead in. I've got sort of the river area and far background. I have, side rock here. I have kind of the walls and far background. Then I have like the sky hole, and finally the sort of vignette ceiling part here. So they're all on separate layers now, which is cool. And that means we can essentially sort of start working on placing the... Well, actually, we can work on shapes first. Forgive me if you said already, but how much time did you spend blocking out the 3D base? Like 15 minutes? 20 minutes? And then maybe another 20 minutes in Keyshot? This is why 3D Coat's great, because you can... It's like just scribbling, right? It's like scribbling something in a sketchbook, but you're doing it in 3D. So, you can jump into the scene immediately. And because you're not using it for its details, it's very, very good for that. And then there's an hour of frozen programs. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yes, Jeff, you caught me. So I'm using my sketch here to like alter some of these edges and shapes. You can see here the perception of this edge is sort of around here, but on the 3D before it was a lot higher than that. Okay, so I've cut this shape out. I'm moving it down, but now I'm also going to sort of look at the edge of the shape a little bit and try and get something a little bit, I don't know, more designed, I guess. Shapes that have a little bit more definition to them and a bit more of an edge. And I'm just going to like straight up paint these edges on. Like I said, all of this is going to get painted over to a degree. So like even this rock texture that's on here was something I was maybe going to mask in and out, but because the program froze as I was doing it, this is all I actually have left of it. So, which is good. It's not going to be the massive problem. Like I said, we're mostly going to paint a lot of this stuff anyway. So I want some of these rocks to have a bit like a sharper edge to them, and sharper shapes. And what I'm trying to do is think about like small, medium, and large shapes. So I made this one like a larger shape like this. This rock is like this, right? And this one, similar sort of design language where it sort of has a slight curve and then comes to a kind of more chiseled edge. But this one is like my medium thickness little one. This is my large shape. And then this one is like my small, sharper shape. And I'm basically going to try and, look at all of these shapes and sort of build in clusters, like a large, a medium, and a small, and keep doing this in all of these like areas, right? And this way we set up like a nice rhythm, but it's all designed. It's all something that I'm thinking about. So although the base is 3D and is in some ways kind of random, I'm still thinking about how to sort of design this and make it like it is random, like it is designed, but it is. Sorry, what am I trying to say? Like it's using information that's there, but then altering it to something that I want. And like when I was doing the rocks themselves, I was making clusters of small, medium, and large. So it is kind of inherent in what's here already to some extent. But I'm just continuing to do that at this stage. And it's always something I'm trying to think about when laying down shapes and designing edges and so on, is to do this. And this is what I mean about like not letting the 3D dictate the scene. It's not like build the 3D and then just you're like, oh, I'm stuck with everything that the 3D gave me. No, like you are the illustrator, right? You're in charge of it. Like go back in and alter these things as you see fit, and bring that element of design back into it. And that way you're going to have a nice nice design with flow, and so on. But yeah, it's gonna be quite nice because the cave itself is gonna be kind of quite cool blues and greens, very muted palette kind of thing. But then where the light is actually hitting the water that's got all this kind of like blood in it and stuff, it's going to be really, really like chromatic, and that red is going to kick up a lot of reflected light, which we can use to sort of hit the underside of rocks that are near it, but more importantly, like the underside of the snake here, and give us a nice kind of secondary light source to sort of pick her underside out, so the scales and the patterning on that. So that'll be really nice, something painterly. But yeah, it's going to kick up like reflected light, into the underside and front faces of some of the rocks. So you're going to get a nice like edge to that. That'll look really nice. So it'll be like a nice big sort of saturated edge, in the middle of the piece. So the focal point obviously is going to be the snake head, but that sort of lick of saturation and color through the middle of the image is going to sort of bring us to that plane of the image, that central mid plane, and it's going to just draw the eye in a nice way. And I want some kind of like tree roots as well that are kind of growing out and over and around this this edge, and then have a bit of like foliage, you know, like here, that's catching the sun as it drops through, kind of like we have in our sketch. You know, in a sketch we have a little bit of this foliage here. Imagine that's like real pop of like green where the light's coming through the back of it, and so on. So okay, we'll go from there. Don't know if you ever seen, like, I can't remember where the ruins are, but the tree roots growing through these ruins. I want to say someone might know. But yeah, they look really nice. This place in real life that has these kind of like roots that are growing through the ruins of like an old temple and stuff. And then like here in the foreground, this piece is going to be much more sort of like mud and stuff coming in. We can have lots of like lichen and stuff growing on the rocks, which we can do a really nice like stylized shaping for. And like not really going to bother too much with the far background here, because basically anything in the middle is going to be behind like a shaft of light that's going to basically block everything out. Yo, Sarah, what's up? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I'm good. I'm I'm better than good. I'm good at cheese, actually. Um, so I'm just blocking this light shaft in very quickly because I need to basically kind of understand where the placement of it is going to be and like how much of other stuff I'm going to see. And I've masked this so that I can change the shape of it. But yeah, essentially we want it sort of something like this. And yeah, we will like alter this shape quite a bit, right? And what it's doing and the appearance of it. Maybe even give it like a slight colorization, something a bit warmer. So it will be sort of something like this, you know, reminiscent of what's going on there. All right. Yeah, and as I said, if you want your own sword to go into this image, because there's going to be loads of swords everywhere, then draw a sword silhouette, a cool one, stick it in the Discord, and when I come to the point of like adding swords to this, because there's going to be swords stuck in the ground all over the place, right? So when I get to that point in the image, that's going to be when I'll put them in. And yeah, if you want your own sword to be in here, then yeah, drop it in the Discord, and I'll make sure that it gets in there. Yeah. So yeah, a bit later we'll kind of work into this mask, right? Sort of design how that light is catching rock surfaces, you know, in this part of the illustration, and so on. But yeah. Nostalgic and retro. Yeah, it kind of does just feel like a video game at this point. You know what I mean? So I thought kind of a cool design element part of this snake is that she's been like, you know, fought so many times that there's actually swords and stuff that are sort of sticking out into her head. And those swords have like come through the jaw and stuff. So some of them actually now kind of function a bit like teeth. I'm just using her as a placeholder right now. Yeah, just using her shape here as a small placeholder in the composition, so I can sort of figure out some stuff around her. But it's kind of like a viper sort of head shape, you know, like a sort of viper has like a kind of heart-shaped head. And yeah, she might even have some part of like a human-y kind of face in there. But yeah, the idea really was to the idea was to what's happening here? Sorry. I'm going mad here. Going mad. I'm losing my mind. Okay. There we go. That's better. Sorry. Juggling a lot of like elements on this today and having to concentrate quite a bit. Oh no, concentration. Once all the elements are kind of in place a bit more, it's going to be a little bit less intensive on the brain. So you're basically barely going to see her behind the light, and there's going to be a sort of a hint of the rest of her body, like sort of curled up behind the light here. I may even have like a little bit of, you know, the rattlesnake kind of tail appearing over the other side, but it's all going to be very subtle, right? And then obviously our main character's silhouette is going to be here. In here, and we're going to have the face off going on. But yeah, the appearance of her is going to be like she's sort of going to be curled up back there like this, and then yeah, maybe we have like a subtle hint of the kind of like rattlesnake tail. But yeah, she's going to be kind of like a viper, sort of with these sort of daggers that are stabbed through her face that kind of act like the teeth, and maybe she's going to have some like adornments, like some necklace on with some bones. And I kind of wanted this idea of like her arms. She's got sort of several arms, maybe, but they're all like sort of folded up on her front, a bit like, you know, sort of this, all kind of folded up. So she mostly moves as a snake, but she does have these little arms. And then we get really nice like bounce light essentially from the light hitting the water that's going to throw up this really nice orange or like orangey red up into the underside of her down there. That's the idea. Ooh, creepy. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty creepy. But yeah, this should be like a nice pop of saturation in the middle that's going to throw up some really nice bounce light. Oh, yes. But yeah, something real nice pop of color in the mid ground plane, because basically she's the focal point, right? And she's in the mid ground, but she's going to be mostly in shadow. So we're gonna use the silhouette of her head coming into the light, you know, to sort of break up this big soft shaft of light. Is then going to have this like shape cut out of it, right? So it's going to really draw attention, but also we're going to have this nice effect of like the pop of color in the mid plane, and this is really going to give us a very nice draw to the mid plane as well. So although the player character is going to be sort of silhouetted, right, up in the front, we're going to get this nice pop of saturation in the middle that's really going to draw us in. I have a sword sketch. Don't know if it's too rough. Okay, sick. Let's have a look. Those moments of high saturation glow are what I live for. Yeah, they are what it's all about. I'm just like roughing all of this in. What I do like to do quite quickly in these things is to just like rough everything in so that I can really get an idea of what everything's going to look like later when it's all finished. In that way I can make better decisions about what needs to be done now to achieve that. All right, Jeff, what we got? Oh yeah, that's sick. Yeah, it doesn't need to be any more detailed than that. We got our first sword silhouette here, so we can place this in later when we come to place swords and stuff. It's very cool. I like it. It's got a very it's had a gothic-y. I like the sort of wings around the hilt as well. So yeah, really nice one there. Manifold. Jeffapold. Reef. Thank you for the follow. Do you pronounce it like Reese, but with F's? Like Reef? What was it doing? Music. I got the dentist today, folks. I'm bricking it. Really bricking it. I hate the dentist. It's more like riff. Okay, sorry. I was just overthinking it, clearly. You got this, dude. Literally just tell them you're nervous at the moment you go in. They're super understanding of it these days because I think they know how so many of us haven't had the best experiences. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm just, just really not into the idea of going, but I need to go. I have that with lawnmowers. I got hit by a pebble while standing next to the thing as a kid. If I have to cut grass, I use big garden scissors. Oh man, sorry, I'm not. I'm not. It does sound like I'm laughing at your fear, but it's not. I wasn't expecting that. You blindsided me with that one, you lunatic. Huel time, not sponsored. Yeah, I can imagine cutting the lawn with literal scissors. You would have to find it relaxing because that's just unhinged, my guy. But yeah, I get it. They wouldn't be called irrational fears if they were rational. So this edge was annoying me. The shape of it. So I'm moving it. Yeah, when I was a little kid, sort of like 5, 6, maybe younger as well, I would absolutely scream the place down when I went to get my hair cut. Like my mum would have to hold me in the chair, and you know, it was an ordeal. Hairdresser just like trying their best to get it done as quick as possible. But yeah, I'd go absolutely spare um, with it. And that's maybe why I had like dreadlocks for so long as well, because maybe subconsciously I was just like, man, I'm not getting my hair cut. Concept of sides. I have a very small, narrow garden, man. It's all happening. Hobbit-sized scythe. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Let's get a hobbit-sized scythe, dude. Yeah, get a little scythe. Mate, the neighbors must love watching you, like, carefully go and clip the garden with scissors. I was looking out my window, I'd be like, sick. Check out the neighbor, he's doing that thing again. Hear me out, let the grass grow really tall and then run your fingers through it like your gladiator. Yeah, do that. I like that. Good use of time. If I was your neighbor and I saw you cutting the grass with scissors, I would for sure be videoing you without your notice and sending it to my friends and being like, yo, check out my neighbor. I would for sure be doing that. Yeah, that's nuts. I like it though, man. But I would say, without a doubt, your neighbor's got a video of you somewhere being crazy and cutting your lawn with scissors, dude. You should definitely get a scythe. Come on. I have a good sword reference website to share. What should I put in the Discord? Yeah, you could put it in the Discord, but also put it in the chat here. That's totally fine. And yeah, sword silhouettes, homies. Don't forget. I want sword silhouettes. You can do more than one as well, for sure. There's going to be so many swords in this that we can for sure have more than one from people. I imagine most people won't do one because, you know, you're working or you just don't want to. It's a cool website where they make highly detailed replicas. It's really inspiring. Cool. Yeah, when I went to go and visit Weta Workshop in New Zealand, they have like, you know, a proper blacksmith that they employ like full time to make all the replica weapons for like the shows and stuff they're working on. And yeah, he's just like training 2 apprentices as well there. So I got to watch like that dude work, um, making real swords like with real methods and stuff. It's so sick. Like, I don't know that I could be uh, a blacksmith. You got to really like that ting 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 sound. I feel like it's a prerequisite. You got to absolutely freaking love that sound. Um, and that sound ain't for me, kids. Yeah, it was cool. Where to Workshop was amazing. Um, so cool. You can see like into the studio where people are working, and like artists that work there can book time in the main museum, and basically you can work on your own projects in the main museum, but you do like your own project within the same discipline that you're in. So for example, they had this lady, and she's a leather worker, and she makes like all of the intricate leather patterns and belts and saddles and all sorts of stuff for, you know, all the stuff that they're involved in. But when she books a few hours of time in the Weta kind of museum, she works on her own project, which is making these like little leather sort of insects that you can put on your bag and stuff like that. And they're very like intricately carved. And yeah, so she was in the museum. You can like chat to her. I was just asking her like what it's like at Weta and this and the other. But yeah, she gets like a few hours a week paid to do her own projects in the Weta museum and just like talk to people that are coming through, which is really sick. Yeah, Weta, as in Weta Workshop, Lord of the Rings, Avatar, etc. Yeah, it was cool. I spent the whole day there. Yeah, it's so in Wellington they have the Weta Workshop, and uh, the same building is the studio as is the tour. And so when you go on the tour, it's like, you know, set up like a museum of looking at all the stuff that has been in different films. But there's these big windows that look straight into the studio, so you can see, you know, the artists working on stuff. And for example, there's like a big window that looks into the blacksmithing room, or the blacksmithing workshop where that guy's like making swords and stuff. And there's one that looks into like a model making studio where they're making like clay maquettes and stuff like that. Um, and yeah, those artists like I said, can book time out to go and work on their own personal projects in the Weta Museum and like talk to the public. It's kind of like the trade-off. You're there to, you know, do your stuff, but also to talk to the public about what's going on, and techniques and stuff like that. And it's really sick. Um, so definitely worth a visit if you're ever in Wellington, New Zealand. It's yeah, it's probably one of the highlights of of any of my trips to New Zealand. is going to Weta Workshop. It's really cool. Yeah, that lady, the leatherworker lady, she worked on Lord of the Rings. Basically, you know, any detailed leatherworking, like on the elven clothes, their belts, straps, swords, like sword straps, sword, what do you call them? Covers, like anything that has intricate leather work, like her and her team, uh, worked on that stuff. Um, it's cool, very cool. And like super interesting side of it, because it's like, uh, you see concept art and 3D and that kind of stuff, but Weta, because of Lord of the Rings, built a reputation for like real props with real materials and so on, and so that they actually just employ like these leather workers and yeah, uh, and everyone. So it's really cool, really like kind of inspiring, real real world stuff, not just like concept designers. Yeah, exactly. Like that, they have all of that there. Honestly, it's like super worth a visit, and obviously, uh, uh, New Zealand's really far away, so uh, going there just for that would be kind of expensive. But if you do happen to ever go to New Zealand, um, is definitely worth putting some time in and going down to Wellington to see it. Plus, Wellington's just really cool. Like, um, it's known as like the Windy City. It is so windy there. It's good surf. Um, Certainly, other I have lots of friends that live in Wellington. Uh, and Grinding Gear Games is in Wellington as well, who make Path of Exile. Guessing you go into Auckland and then drive to Wellington. Yeah, we drove down to Wellington when we went because yeah, we wanted to do like a road trip and hit up some places on the way down. And we were staying with like various friends and stuff like that. But you can get an internal flight down to Wellington. But yeah, Auckland's like the main airport in the North Island, and then yeah, you can drive down. Yeah, we also went to Mount Doom. Um, well, where they filmed parts of Mount Doom. It's actually a place called the Tongariro Crossing, and we went there at like 3 in the morning. Started hiking up really early in the dark, so that you could get to the summit for when the sun comes up. And so we were above the clouds, like you could see the peak of Mount Doom, which is actually like a volcano, And it's like super arid landscape around there. Like it's not easy hike. Um, and yeah, we got up there for uh, the sun coming out, and it was really really cool. Like really really breathtaking view, and like just yeah, sick place overall. Give me 1 second, guys. Hello. Hey, Darren, how are you doing? Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, I got 30 seconds. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So the those figures that I gave you is like before tax everything that's coming into my business. But when we were discussing stuff the other day, Daisy and I, budgeting, we were like, actually, let's put it as what you're actually paying yourself in dividends, just to be sort of more realistic in our budgeting. So that's where that's. Mhm. Right. Yes. Yeah. So there's just the sort of minimum 10 grand salary from that. Yes. All right. Thank you, Daryl. All right. Take care. Bye. Yo, sorry. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to take a phone call. Um, yeah, looking at flights to New Zealand. Yeah, they're expensive, mate. They're expensive, unfortunately. What? Way too bright. But yeah, the like I said, Tongariro crossing is something you can do on the drive down. Um, really, really insane views. I'll um I'll load some pictures onto my PC onto my laptop for tomorrow's stream, and I'll show you some pictures from the crossing and the. Look at it, nice. Yeah, it's cool. Very cool place. Great surfing there. It's like amazing scenery, like amazing. That's unrivaled anywhere, I think. Okay, I just need to go use the bathroom quickly, and then I'll come back. One sec. Yo. Okay, sorry. This I'm in that like awkward part of the illustration where I just kind of like hate everything about it right now, and yeah, it's vexing me a little bit. The ugly state is what I call it. Yeah, it is. It is. It's like that bit in the middle where I'm just like, I fucking hate this. So like usually at this point, you know, I'm not streaming, so I just sort of like push through it, try loads of things out. So I was going to do some like real quick kind of rougher painting over this at this stage, because this is usually how I would like get myself out of that rut, is to do that. I basically broke my own rule here and started noodling on these rocks, right? And then because I did that, I just got sort of sucked into doing details when it's not really relevant to do so at this point. And that's kind of put me in this weird state with the image. So I'm just going to do some like quick stuff over the top of everything, just sort of pull things together. Put the Mario Kart Rainbow Road song and speed run through it. Yeah, exactly. And just try and get myself past this this little annoying part. You know, it's like every illustration does have this kind of middle period where you just like, ugh. Nothing's going my way, ugh. Yeah. Yeah, this is why I have that mantra of like general to specific. It's exactly this kind of reason, because it's important to focus on the big goal initially and not get bogged down in details. 'Cause as soon as I started painting this stuff, I was like, I don't like what I'm doing here, you know, and I'm focusing in on the details. And I think because we were talking, I sort of just ignored what was going on in the rest of the image, you know. Lose a little bit of focus. I blame you guys. I blame you all. There she is. Man. Vipers, I would really like a snake. Maybe not a viper because they're really poisonous, but I do really like the sort of the look of vipers, that sort of heart-shaped head that they have. They're just snakes in general. I really like snakes. I would like to get a snake, but I think that's where Daisy draws the line with my exotic pet taste. But it's fine. Like that, we've had praying mantis, and we've got tailless whip scorpion, and I was like, oh man, I would really like a snake. But Daisy, I think, is a little bit afraid of snakes, which is fair enough. I don't think many people love snakes. But I would really like one. Gotta lock in, Heath. Gotta lock in. No more side talk, guys. Get it together. Yeah, get real. The teenage stage. I have pet snails. They're kind of like snakes, but got a house. Yeah. I could get a slug, I guess. The garden lore. Yeah, it does. Jeff coming in with the crazy lore updates today. The Shadow Fox. Thank you for the follow. I have a UV LED lamp. The only battle is finding plants that survive the snails. Yeah, I can imagine. Growing up in Florida, we have lots of invasive snails, apple snails that would squish their eggs with glass because it's the only way to crush them. Jesus. Nice stream so far, boss. I got to head out and see you next time. Please keep up streaming. I really missed your content. Hey, thanks, Bramus. And cheers for tuning in. It's good to have you back. Yeah, take care. Have a nice day. Obviously, man, I keep saying obviously. It's driving me up the pole. I will come back to like painting this snake fully because I want to do it in a much sort of cleaner, less noodly way. But I really just need to sort of see how she sits in the composition right now, and so on, and then kind of build it up again later. Because where the light's like reflecting on her on the underside here, what I would like to do is sort of, do that within the scales of the snake itself, so that you'd actually see the scale pattern, and like only the scales that are facing the light most directly would actually, be reflecting them back, and that's going to make a really cool like pattern that picks it up. Same on the head, right? You're sort of going to get areas where the scales are like this, facing the light more directly in certain areas over certain forms, and that you would sort of have those catch the light. Something like this, right? They catch the light, and they make a very sort of interesting shape. So similarly under here, there's going to be a certain portion of the scales that are like facing the reflected light source more directly, and they sort of pick up the light like this, and it's just a much sort of like cleaner, fresher kind of way to depict that. But right now I just have this like very soft, brushy kind of nonsense going on, which is just serving as a placeholder for me to sort of see these things. But that's not exactly how I want it to be. It's got to be fresh, man. And yeah, I don't know. These rocks are kind of pissing me off a little bit. They're nice and like painterly at the moment, but there's still like a little something that's annoying me about them. But we'll focus on some other bits. Like I said, we got to work general to specific right now. And that means like sorting out the large things first and like putting everything in that is going to enable us later to come back and do things. But yeah, we'll have some nice foliage hanging down here, which is going to have the light coming through it. So that's going to look really nice up there. And then obviously all the swords and stuff. And our player character as well. So okay, got one more hour today. Um, yeah, I mean, I pick from references quite a lot. Um, and yeah, it's fine. I think it's also a thing that I can do it. Um, I can do things without the need to do that. Uh, but it's just quicker on stream. And if that's the color that I want, then that's the color that I want. And I don't really get too precious about it. I don't care. Essentially, I think you should definitely like learn color theory, uh, yourself, and you'll know even what colors you want to pick. But when it comes to just color picking from reference, like just do it when you need to. Um, I don't really understand like why you wouldn't. Uh, you know, like you do have to learn things yourself, otherwise you will come unstuck sometimes, and it's good to know certain things, but I wouldn't like. I wouldn't like gatekeep it or anything. Just at the end of the day, just do what you want to do. Like everything you learn yourself is obviously a benefit to you, right? So you could just color pick from reference all the time and never really learn anything about color, and that's totally fine. You can do that. I mean, you probably will come unstuck at a certain point, and it'll be a bit detrimental at that point. Uh, but yeah, I guess I don't know. It's up to the individual, isn't it? Really, do whatever you want, dude. I joined an art stream recently, and the artist was saying that it bugs them when people use shortcuts and don't learn the actual principle. They use the example of creating a circle in Procreate because you can sketch a rough circle and hold down on the line and it will round it out in a perfect circle. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be bothered about things like drawing a circle. I don't really understand why that would be a problem. To just use like, this and edit, stroke, whatever it is. Yeah, and just get a circle that way. Like it, I don't really see why that would be a bad thing or annoying. Yeah, just some people are just weird. What can I say? What can I say? Some people are just very strange. You know, like I just think learn something or don't learn something. It's totally up to you. Like you might struggle at a certain point if you don't learn a certain thing, and you always do it one way or another. You know, I think you need to understand a certain amount about color to even understand picking from reference. Like, I don't think you can just pick from reference and everything will be fine. You still need to understand certain things about color to even do that. And like, yeah, I don't. I think some people just say things and just to be contrary. Like, who cares how you go about drawing a circle? Honestly, like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, just placeholdering some sword stuff in right now, just to see. So we need more swords, everyone. Me either, especially in an age where AI is so prevalent in art. I'd much rather someone create their own stuff using the platform abilities and go generate art with AI. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a different thing altogether, isn't it? Yeah, for real, they went to art school, so I don't think they were taking into account that self-taught artists, they just do the best they can with the YouTube shoots. Yeah, but what's the point in me trying to draw a perfect circle if I need a perfect circle? Do you see what I mean? Like, what would be the advantage that I gain from drawing a perfect circle, or and taking forever to do so, or using a shortcut to draw a circle? Do you see what I mean? It's a bit like me doing this, right? I like struggle to trace outlines with the lasso tool, right? So if I only limited myself to hand drawing things, everything would always be really wiggly. Whereas I can just use the pen tool and like trace something exactly, right? Trace this line out exactly the way that I want to, you know, like this. Why would I not do that? I don't understand the point that's being made. And maybe he's just used a circle and it's a bad analogy, right, for something else, but I don't understand what the point of drawing the circle would be. You know? It's not a bad circle either, actually. I was almost there. Fourth try. It's good practice to improve actual line quality, but not practical for real work. I wonder if they were given the advice in practical setting or applied it to work. I don't know. It just sounds like nonsense to me. Okay, we're raising the perfect circle, guys. Bye. Yeah, so all the swords will go in like this, and then we'll have like, you know, rib cages. And like bones and shit sticking out all around. You know, maybe even a few skulls around. Half submerged skulls. You know, there's going to be some, like I said, foliage hanging down here with the light coming through it. Not quite that green. More like something like this. So that'll look nice. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, maybe a bit of stuff hanging down from the edge of the hole up there. All that kind of stuff. Then we'll have our main character dude, you know, some way into the image, standing up. He's like, oh shit. It's Morbin time. Yeah, he's going to be there. Having the face off. Maybe he's over here. I don't know. He's in the image. We can think a little bit about his outfit and design and his stance. You know. With his daggers. God's sake, I'm so bad today. My head's all over the place today. I don't know why. But yeah, he'll be here like that. Yeah, I have no idea what their intent was. They were being a little stinky overall. They said they would love to take digital artist tools away and watch them struggle with traditional art and would laugh at them. Oh, right. Nice. Nice. It just sounds like a miserable person. Sounds like they're a little bit jealous, if I'm honest. It sounds like they're looking at stuff that digital artists are doing and being like, wow, that's fantastic. I can't do that. So let's assume these people can't draw a circle and I'll get salty about it. It just sounds very childish to me. So, yeah, I don't know. Ignore people like that. They're just salty. Salty for salt's sake, you know? Mining that shit. Just, yeah, some people just need to get a life a little bit. Don't worry about what other people are doing. You know? Just worry about yourself, what you want to do. It really doesn't matter what anyone else is doing at all. It shouldn't affect you in a way that is worth getting angry about. You know? And if it is, then, I don't know, maybe you need some therapy. Like, it's got nothing to do with you. Okay. Yeah, feeling a little bit better about this one now. I've got my sort of plan and sort of simplified the values down and stuff. At some point before, I was just not concentrating so much, and yeah, it was starting to get a little bit out of control, or at least feels out of control. It probably wasn't out of control, but you know, it feels like the illustration is running away with you a little bit, and you're just like, help. Need help. You know. But we are back on track. Now it's just yeah, just concentrate on making nice shapes. I probably will revisit these rocks again. Like, how many of the layers did I keep? Enough of them. Yeah, I'm not like overly happy with these rocks right now on the side here. Like I said, I sort of jumped into noodling on them when I really shouldn't have, and they just feel. I think they could be a bit more succinct in the way that they are painted. Like, I don't mean more detailed or anything, but just like they could just feel a little less messed around with. Maybe you guys don't agree. Maybe maybe looking at them like, they're fine, Alex, don't worry. And I'm just overthinking it. And maybe I will open this up tomorrow and be like, yeah, what was I on about? But right now they're just giving me the icky feeling, you know. But we got our snake kind of blocked in here. It's quite nice. And I have this like grading over the top, which kind of knocks everything together, which I kind of like. And yeah, maybe just do a little bit of painting on top of this right now, just to figure out what it is I don't like about these rocks so much. Sometimes it's just there's like not enough simplicity about the way it's executed. And like at the moment they're kind of a little bit more detailed than like our focal point in a way, and this kind of draws the eye away from them. Tormenting myself, really. Maybe it just doesn't need that brightest part, this bit. I think maybe this is the bit that's I'm not liking as much. It's yeah, just be a bit more subtle like that, I guess. I don't know. I'm just bizarre like that. Whoa. Whoa. You had to go at sketching a sword, you didn't really know what you were doing. Cool. Yeah, how have you uploaded this? Because I like it though. Oh, it's PNG line art. Okay, cool. Yeah, sick. I like this. I like the stuff hanging down. Like when this is stuck in the ground, I'll like cut these off and like angle them so that they're, hanging down. But that's really nice. Okay, we got two Deso swords here. We need more. We need more swords. More. Because there's going to be a lot of swords in this. A lot of swords. More swords. Yes, you see the vision. Yeah, I do. Yo, Uber, my dude, what's up? Wagwan, fella. So I'm just doing something that's going to help me later, which is actually removing... I was painting the snake with the light that was hitting it. Not smart, because then they're not going to fit together at some point. So I'm just bringing that back a little bit. Yeah, Schwarge. We got Schwarge going on. So now the snake is something separate, whereas before it was kind of half made of the light that was falling on it. And that wasn't going to work out for me. So now I can move the snake around a little bit. And, you know. Move it in and out of the light freely, of the light, but she's still being hit by the light. Yeah, and this way I can do a few things. Okay, we don't really need to worry about the back of it so much. But yeah, I like the sword silhouettes going in so far. We need more swords, guys. If you want to have your sword in the image, just drop them in the Discord. Actually, if they're on the center, we wouldn't see them so much. I was talking about the spines on the back. So yeah, she can have like daggers sort of stabbed through her face, or like swords stabbed through her face, where like previous people have tried to, you know, take her out. And this is going to sort of stick through and form part of her teeth, if you know what I mean. So that should be cool. But yeah, we'll do the scales pattern, in there a little bit later. Basically, where this light's kicking up, there's going to be like a portion of her sort of like here that's facing that pool in such a way that we'd see like the scale pattern a bit more clearly in the way that it's reflecting the light, and then it will sort of fade out from there. And then just pick out a few planes to sort of give her a bit of form and so on. But yeah, it'll look dopo. Yeah, real tight values on this side. Something like that. Yeah, them like these scales, these like daggers that are sticking through the face. I keep saying daggers, swords. Yeah, maybe there's gonna be one like in here. And then she should probably get some kind of glowing eye. You know? Just scribble some of these notes on here. Yeah, it's a mess right now, but So I was just doing a time check. Can't miss my dentist appointment. Ugh. Sure hope I don't get lost in this drawing and forget about it. Yeah, exactly. Wow, sure wish I didn't accidentally stream until 7 p.m. this evening and forget my dentist appointment. I'm just looking at this, like, I moved them back a little bit, right? But if I take the lighting off of them, or even take them out and maybe have, a little bit of rocks down here that are catching the light, but we have a little bit more of the pool with like swords and stuff in it, maybe that works a little better. Like, a kind of leaning towards how this looks. Oh yeah, nice. That sounds like a nice little ambient mix you got going there. Manifold. See what I mean though about this being a bit more opened up? Like, it feels a bit nicer maybe. Yeah. Yeah, this was kind of my thinking there, Sarah, is that it's not as invasive. Like this place, this feels like it's a bit too invasive on the snake. And in my sketch, for example, like the values were such that there wasn't really this block of thing in front of the snake. Like it's there, but it's not as invasive as it feels here. And actually, when I take this off, I would still work into this some, but it feels a little bit nicer, a bit more open, and like, the snake could be coming sort of onto it a bit more. You know what I mean? I know it just feels better overall, like this. And then we have a bit more of the pool. We have a bit more of the pool. There's a chance. There's also a nice kind of space in this here to have like a little bit of, plant life and greenery and stuff. But we get a bit more of the pool, so there's a bit more space for swords and shit. And like remains. Why is this? So you get a bit more like greenery that could be catching the sun in here, which is quite, again, nice little like pop of color in the midground. And a few more areas of like, yeah, I think this is better. Viewer feels less protected too, in a sense, without it, which is much scarier. Yeah, narratively, it's much more nicer and enables for a bit more painting. The viewer feels less protected. Nowhere to hide. Yeah, the openness invokes a sense of vulnerability. That's what make these Elden Ring boss arenas so scary for me. Can't get out of sight most of the time, I think. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's not as far away and concealed this way. Yeah, alright. Nice. I think this is what's been bothering me about the image. I keep sort of flipping it and looking at it, and I was just like, something I just don't like. But yeah, I do think it sort of opens up narratively a bit more like this, which is quite nice. So I do like that. I do like the opportunity to see a bit more of the water as well, because that's really like, it was being cut off before, and now it's like we can sort of see, directly the path of the light hitting this and going up and so on. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The tribe hath spoken. Appreciate it, guys. I'm breathing into the microphone. All right. Nice. I'm glad we kind of figured that out. That was kind of really bugging me for a while. The feeling was wrong, man. The feeling was wrong. Yeah, we'll have some kind of interesting pose for our guy. Vibes are off, but now restored. It's cool to witness problem solving in real time. Yeah. This is like usually what would happen is at this point when it was like this, I would be like, okay, something's bugging me about it. I'm not really sure exactly what that is. I'll go away for half an hour. So I'll just go and like cycle around the block or just go and watch something on YouTube or anything, like literally just something different and not look at the image and then basically come back to the image. And usually that's when the thing like will pop into my head and I'll be like, oh, that's it. That's immediately the problem. Or while I'm doing that other thing, I'll be sort of thinking about it in the back of my mind and that the answer will kind of reveal itself while I'm away from it. And that's, usually how that kind of goes. It's not often that I sort of sit in front of it and work it out. This issue might have stayed until the end of the stream and then I would not look at it for the evening. And then this evening at some point, it would sort of click in my head a little bit and I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's blocked off, something like that. So it's nice to have solved it like this, sort of with you guys. If that makes it a little better. So tomorrow then, lots to do on this image. Tomorrow we will add in some of the swords. So, yeah, nice. What was I going to say? Yeah, we'll add some of the swords in from people, which should be cool. Pardon me. The swords are good as well to sort of basically point into things. We've got to be careful that we don't, make them all parallel to each other. But swords at different heights, different depths, and so on is going to be very helpful in this to sort of point into things. We'll work on our sort of character's silhouette. What's kind of annoying is like I don't have a design for this dude. So I'll have to sort of have to make something up as we're painting, which is just kind of annoying. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. We can figure that out. I did maybe want him to have daggers, but he doesn't necessarily have to have daggers. I don't like this sort of current pose for him. That can go. Asta, Welcome. How you doing? It's me. Yeah, it's you. Well done. Hello. Good. I'm just a bit tired. Yeah. Who isn't? Who isn't just a bit tired on the rigs? Who really stands like this? That's the only thing. We painting a boss arena. We are painting a boss arena. Yeah, that is the idea. I'm just sort of scribbling in some pose ideas for this dude while we sort of finish up for the end of today, because I do have to go to the dentist. But yeah, we could have something like a bit more upright. You know, like he's just entered and he's not quite in like a battle ready stance, but he's just more like, you know, they're having the dialogue right now. You know, where is it? The game UI's on here, and you just strolled in, and then this is about to disappear, and she's going to be like,
"You have found me. Who dares come into my cave?"
You know, and he's like, yo, he's edgy. He's like, I don't give a fuck. It's my cave, you know, and he's being like that. Or it's like he's a bit more battle stanced. It's like the cutscene's just finished.
Who dares come into my cave?
Yeah. Yeah. No. When the illustration's finished, we'll do a full voiceover cutscene. Maybe this person's like super cash. They're like this. They're just like, I'll give it F, dude. Snake Witch, you getting done. You getting done in. But yeah, I kind of want this person to have daggers. I think daggers are way cooler than swords. That's why all the swords are here, right? Because all the sword people failed. But this lady, or this dude, They're gonna have like daggers, right? They're gonna be super nimble. They're gonna be all over this snake. They edgy cave as they stare each other down. The snake suddenly winks at him. This is the moment the player realizes this is a romance game. Yeah, you're. Yeah, you're about to have to finesse the snake with romance dialogue options. But yeah, this silhouette's going to be important. I might have to like think about that for a little bit. What the design is. It's going to be obviously quite simple and like a silhouette for the most part, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. What does it look like? If I just put, have they got Wukong in this one? I'm just seeing how this plays out. Just curious. I bet it looks great, and then it's the only silhouette I can think about. Yo, Sebakal Song, thank you for the follow. You've come at an impasse. That actually does look sick, doesn't it? But oh yeah, I'm gonna have dagger poses for sure. I was just seeing like because this is a silhouette that is, fully formed, if you like, just how it sits. Um, but yeah, I'm leaning towards like, do you know what would be quite cool? Maybe how long have I got? 3 minutes. Okay. Something where essentially that we're sort of like turning into it. Chung, chung. So they're like stepping forward slightly. Do you know what I mean? Just gives a bit more movement, and also it means because they're mostly going to be a silhouette, I can do something a bit interesting with the silhouette. Maybe they have. I'm putting this kind of hat on it because I've been obviously playing Black Myth Wukong. But you know what I mean? I can just be a bit more interesting with the silhouette. Something special about the daggers as well. I was thinking they could be starting to glow. Maybe it wouldn't be that color, but it's just for example. They start to glow a little bit. We just have something a bit more like this. That could be where we go. I do like that. So those are all the notes for later, but okie dokie. So that is unfortunately all I've got time for today. I've got to go to the dentist. But yeah, very nice stream. Thanks for problem solving this one with me. I think it's in a kind of a good spot now for us to move forward with and just enjoy the painting process of it a bit more. And yeah, I'll be back normal time tomorrow. Yeah, if you want to get a sword in this image, please draw a sword, put it in the Discord, and I will be adding all of the sword silhouettes into this image. So we got this cool one from Sarah so far, and we also have this really sick one from Manipold, and we'll put those in the image. So yeah, please draw a sword silhouette or a dagger, or anything, a pole arm, whatever you like, and we'll get them into the image. We'll litter them all over the place. And yeah, we'll do that. Maybe this guy's even got kind of like some kind of water shield around him. Anyway, we'll continue with this one tomorrow. So thanks again for tuning in, everyone. And yeah, catch you tomorrow. Usual time. Have a good one. Remember, if they ask you for loss, you don't have to answer. Yeah, all right. All right, peace out, everyone.